Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it looks like we're live. Good to go. In which case, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are building a game with no game engine. There will be no stream tomorrow because it is the United States Thanksgiving Day. We are going to see how far we can get this little archer to go today. We've got him walking, and the walk looks much better after yesterday's efforts. We've got it where he draws the bow, which is fine. It's not the best draw animation. We can fix it up a bit. And then we need to make it so he can aim the bow today. And if that goes well, we may actually have him release the bow, release the arrow, and start making that fly. So that is our list of things to do. What you can see here. We basically reworked the walk animation much better. We do have the right click to have the archer draw the bow. So that's where we're at. Today, let's see here. That's not a subtask. How to indicate percentage power. Okay. Lots of different things we could do. We'll see how far we get. I don't want to spend forever on this doodad. It's the most complicated one I've dreamed up, though. I do have a space-themed one, like a little solar system in chalk on board. Could be a pretty straightforward one to get through. And then like a little plant growing one. On the old to-do list, I did not do anything after hours, so nothing to report on that front. I mean, I have been researching web hosting options. We're kind of at the we're making good progress. We need to buy a domain, build a web page, trailer video, set up the Steam store. So many specific measurements for the images you have to use. And then as we get more sound and art finalized, we will start the size optimization. We do have a couple of doodads that I still want to get to. Otherwise, the rest of this is basically loose ends, right? But I would like to get the archer done this week, so we'll see how far that goes. When I say doodad, what I'm talking about is elements within the game world that are non-gameplay elements. Basically, you can think of them as fidget spinners, something you can fiddle with and play with. There was one thing I really liked about Hearthstone. Every one of the arenas had a number of things you could interact with. I'm no artist, so you kind of get what you get. But I think the ones we've got so far are actually quite good. We've got the bubbles on the chalkboard. We've got the bouncy ball on the chalkboard. They both look really good. The archer is starting to get there. The walk cycle looks good. It's definitely the shooting of the arrow that's going to take us a little while. So let's get into it and see where we left off. Source, build, debug. Let's take a little drive here. When the screen is small, it's actually hard to see things. And when we're small, we get more of these weird artifacts. So what's happening is it's interpolating beyond the bounds of the UV. And so it gets this little animation cycle from above his head. So one thing we need to do in the old journal is we need to add spacing to frames in our sprite. You only need like 1 pixel, because that's what this little white line is above his head. It's interpolating outside of the area. Same thing when he walks. Or when he's here. The walk is fine. When he draws small, the arrow is not very visible. So we might need to do a little bit more artwork around that arrow. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So we need to add spacing to the frames in the sprite. Hey, Javest, good afternoon. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Doing good. We're going to see if we can shoot an arrow today. These animation sequences always take me longer than I expect because I'm no artist, so it's a lot more of me fiddling and trying and trial and error than a good artist would. A good artist would probably already have all of my stuff done ages ago. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off in GIMP. So I guess we go back to GIMP. GIMP. Where's my OBS? Okay. And how are you doing today, Dravest? Okay. So what we need is spacing, which kind of sucks, actually. So we're going to move the arrow draw somewhere. The idle, we'll move that. Draw the bow. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, we got to clean that up. It's fine. Got this little guy here. Walk left. It's going to move out of the way and walk right. We have to make 2 different animations because when he's walking right, the bow goes behind him. When he's walking left, the bow goes in front of him. Now what we need to do is add spacings. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to add 1 space there. And then 1, 2 spaces there, and just see how that looks. So if we take the walk right animation, we start moving individual pieces. He's going to go there. We also want 1 here, which moves this one down 1 pixel. Okay, so there's our 64 by 64 frame. Except we need to aim the arrow up. So it's actually going to be taller than 64. But I don't know how much. So for now, we're going to stick with 64 by 64. We'll relay out when we get taller things. I'm doing good as well. Got an Amazon delivery today with a new mouse pad and some other stuff. That is really nice. Yes, very good. Getting a package that improves your life is always, it always feels good. Very good. Is it like a nice artistic mouse pad, or is it strictly functional? You can get some good art on a mouse pad these days. Oh, we left the bow behind. Put That's okay. We can make this work. Okay. 1, 2. All right, all the sprites need to be moved. Move this little fella and his bow. Then we move the guide. Then we go 1, 2. I should have done this from the first anyways. I really should have. I should have added spacings between all the frames. I knew this, we were going to end up doing this. And by knew we were going to end up doing this. Interesting. Oh, I know what's going on. Do. Because we didn't move this one. 1, 2. Like, these are just pitfalls of texturing that I know but aren't like in my head because it's not something I do all the time. One, 2. This one actually feels 1, 2. Yep, we missed. So we drag this guy 1 and his bow 1. One and 1. I wonder if it's worth my time to write a script to relay out my sprites. That sounds delightful. We should add that to our to-do list. To lay out sprites given x, y, width, height, spacing x, y. Invisible order given those parameters. Maybe a few more items. Okay. All right. All right, back to layout. Once we lay out this first row, it should be faster since we won't be moving all the guides. They'll all be in place. 1, 2. Also means we are never going to fit 16 frames in a single row. So one thing I may do is actually put one spacer dude in between, because I read, maybe this is wrong, but or maybe it's not a good policy, but I read top to left, top to bottom, left to right on my sprites. So if I just leave one blank, that would mean this is the end of this sequence, and that wouldn't cost me that much in terms of space, but it would improve my readability. So just different things I'm thinking about while we're cranking through this. Okay. Two. Perfect. Two. And then with the next one, I'm just going to drag the whole thing over. One, 2 pixels. Okay. One, 2. Two. Okay, 4 more. Again, this will get faster after the first row. Yeah, relayout sprites would be very handy right about now. 1, 2. One, 2. Okay, Mr. 15 dude. So we're gonna have some wasted space out here on the edge. Not much we can do about that. But Mr. 16 here. See here, there's the bow, there's the thing. Drag that down. 1, 2. There we go. So now walk right has been relayed out, and walk left is going to be much faster. So now we can just move the active layer, which is a safer operation. And faster, so. Except I said we would leave a blank frame between, oops, actual animations. I should do that. If I say I'm going to do it, I should do it. Okay. I'm so glad I resized all those arrows. The bows. So now the layout guides just work. Every time you rotate things, the size gets wonky. So the fact that we resized all of these means that the resize task is not too bad. What we are going to do is hate ourselves for the arrow, because we did not resize those. We were doing fast and dirty at the end of the day yesterday, just trying to make it look okay. So I have different ideas for how this script might work, but right now I'm looking at, gosh, I don't know. Like, how would I auto name it? I don't know. Lots of different ways it could go. So let's not worry too much about it right now. So that is future work for future me. Okay, this guy only gets to 13 because we lost one frame off the outside, so that's 15. Then we left a blank. So Mr. 14 here has to walk a ways. Okay. So 14 is in the correct location. Create our new guideline. 1, 2. There we go. All right, 15. Shoot. 15. Okay. So those are the walk left, walk right. Not necessarily in that order. Our idle animation. How bad was this one? We need to leave a blank. Between our actual animations just for visibility. This is a simple 8-frame animation, so not too bad. Okay, just checking to make sure things line up the way I think they do. All right. Here we go. Steinblock, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Always good to have somebody in the chat. Breadings, that's some quality drawings right there. I appreciate the sentiment. I don't feel confident in my art skills. I do think that the walk animations turned out okay, but we'll look at some of the other ones. Right now what we're dealing with is if the sprites are too close together, which we did, of course, because I'm not an artist, I don't think of these things. Each sprite tile interpolates a little bit outside of its boundary, so we're getting bleed over from the foot of the guy above. So we're just respacing things so that we don't get those artifacts popping in, which, you know, it's not the most exciting art thing to do, but that's all right. There's no selection to move. I don't know why it does that to me. Okay. So thanks for the follow. Let me know if you have any questions or you want to talk about anything. We do mostly coding, but like I said, when we do these sprite animations, it takes me a while because I'm not that artistic. So I tend to approach my art like a math problem. But yeah, we're basically, so let's see here. The game is done. There's some, a couple of bugs, a couple of loose ends we want to finish up. So what we're building right now is, I call them doodads. Basically, they're elements within the game that have no gameplay, but you can interact with them. So it's more like a fidget spinner, I guess. Kind of like the Hearthstone arenas had things you could click on. Those were always kind of fun while you're sitting there thinking of things through. So I think that's idle. We're going to draw the bow, and this I'm going to hate. I'm going to hate this one. Because when we rotated the arrow, we did not resize those layers. So these arrows are all weird sizes, which means we won't be able to place them very accurately. What type of game are you making? Well, let's go pull it up real quick. I'll show you what it is. I'm building a game with no game engine, and minimal dependencies. Let me make it big screen. So let's see here. This is a word deduction game. We only have one song playing in the background right now, so not much variety there yet. But you type in 5-letter words with no duplicates, so prime, lunch, toads, and you try to deduce the word. So we've got 5 letters, so 1, 1, and 3 in 15 unique letters. So we know that none of those letters can be in the answer. Ultra demon, so ultra has none, so we can eliminate all those letters. Waste rhino. Proud lines. Okay, ultra demon, CHI and S have to be in, and N. Therefore, those are out. And our word is chins, probably. Artwork still being upgraded. Doodads is the best name you could name anything. It's very descriptive. So we've got a doodad where there's a chalk drawing of a bouncy ball and you can pick it up and throw it and it bounces off the walls of the chalkboard. We've got one where bubbles float around in the chalkboard and you can right click them to pop them. Here's our animation that we're rearranging today. We've got an archer here with his little bow. And if you right click him, he draws the bow. But we're cleaning up this animation, and then we're going to make it so he can aim up and down. And then when you right click again, he'll release the arrow. So just little doodads, little things to play with. Like I said, artwork is being finalized. Still some transitional art in there. Otherwise, let's see here, what else is there? So one of our tasks, we're going to have to shrink our audio and images. Those are all embedded in our executable. I think we can cut our audio down by a quarter. This is raw 16-bit PCM at 44,100 kilohertz, 44.1 kilohertz. Our images are all embedded as raw image data, so 4 bytes per pixel. We're going to compress that eventually. Try and make everything small and neat. And here's our full list of dependencies. This is all we're allowed. I locked myself to OpenGL 3.3, no extensions. We get our window handler and our function wrangler. Those kind of come in together. And then we've got our math library, which we want to get rid of. We've got our font renderer, which we want to replace with something lighter weight. It's way heavy for what it brings to me. And we're perfectly happy with port audio for our sound processing. And that's kind of the high-level overview. It looks awesome. Thanks. I think it's coming along pretty good. I have 1 or 2 family members helping me with music and the art. So if it looks good, it's because of them mostly. But yeah, every line of code other than those dependencies I wrote myself from scratch. And yeah, that's what we're doing. So let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to talk through any system of the game, or how I did what, or why I chose that. This is not perfect. I'm not like a professional game developer yet, but I'm an experienced programmer, so I can usually reason my way through why I did something or why we haven't changed away from a bad decision. We have lots of bad decisions or unfinished ideas. Like if we go to our to-do list, this whole list from line 74 to 153 are things I want to do. We're going to get around to those eventually between projects, but these are not blocking me from finishing the current project. So yeah, it's not perfect, but it's not bad for a solo dev with no game development experience and no game engine. The most important question is, what is the skeleton's name in the background? That's true. I keep giving names and then I forget what they are. So, I mean, we've had Stanley and Jarvis, and I've gone with like Yorick or Horatio. But I never remember. So, but yes, an old coworker who didn't listen. That's how I that's how I pitch it. But if you can come up with a name for the skeleton that actually sticks, I'll take the suggestions. He's my moral support. That's I used to keep my skeleton in the closet actually, but now my closet is full of board games and books, so he had to come out of the closet. Brandon. I don't know if that one's gonna stick unless there's like an anchor. I need like a reference or something. Is that a reference to a skeleton I don't know about? Brandon. Brandon's not bad. I might be able to work with Brandon. I can find some ways to remember that. We'll make him the employee of the month eventually. No, it's just a cool name. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we'll see. The next time somebody asks if I remember Brandon, I should be consistent. I need to give him an employee badge, then I'll remember. I'll be able to look back and check. So what brings you here, Steinblock? Are you a programmer or just a gamer or just looking to see what projects people work on? I'm kind of a project lurker. I like seeing other people's projects and then like poking in once in a while to see their progress. We have a couple people listening to the stream that just like the "Hi, my name is Brandon" thing is really cool. Yeah, yeah. Brandon. I could work with Brandon. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not? I didn't hide GIMP. Good heavens. So you didn't actually see the game. Whoops. Here's the game. My bad. I guess it showed up on top, huh? So I guess then, yeah, here's our list of dependencies. I wasn't showing it correctly. Got to hide GIMP. I did see, yeah, the game goes over the top, but not my code editor. I never coded a single game, but I adore people that do, and I love Twitch. There you go. Okay, well, welcome aboard. Again, just let me know if you have any questions. Always happy to chit chat about just about anything. But don't expect a polished presentation here. This is all off the cuff, as we go kind of things. We make it up as we go. We're just learning and exploring ideas. It's not that arrow, but this arrow. This arrow goes here. So right now his arrow is below ground, which is fine. And that red fletching, we need to brighten that up. You can't actually see very well our arrow. It just doesn't scale very well with that arrow. What are the two not? Close layers on top. Layers on top. So aim right. So if we go through the draw sequence, he puts the arrow on the bow and draws it out to full draw. Then we'll need an aim. So as you move your mouse, so if you right click on him during idle, he draws the bow and then he enters a state called aim. And depending on where your mouse is, he'll point up or down. And the further away from him you are, the more power he's going to shoot with, I guess. So there's an empty aim layer here where we'll put, I don't know, maybe 8 frames of the bow going up or down. We'll pick those frames based on the angle. Then we'll have an aim left, which will kind of be the mirror. So that sort of thing. Color palette, I don't remember. We're not really using that very much. Oh, these images. Oh, here we go. Unless you're talking about these ones, these are the bookshelf pieces, the different elements of the game. The books are up for redesign, except for the encyclopedias. Those are good. Yeah. I guess I didn't show replay. Replay has kind of been acting up lately, so we can show replay real quick. Let me pull that up. So we go to high scores, marathon mode. You have a replay. You can watch your old games and prove just how awesome you are. You can watch it on fast, up to quad speed. Or you can watch it down to quarter speed. So if you want to see what somebody's clicking when, it's a lot easier to see on quad speed. So we right click that one, or left click that one, right click that one. And you can watch your way through old games. Pause, play, all that sort of thing. I'm kind of proud of the replay. The fact that there's a couple bugs in there still makes me a little sad, but I think it's nice. Okay. Yeah, tabs. Yep. So I had to make some guesses, but yeah, this is an older file. This is a newer file of our scene elements. There's a lot of empty space because not all GPUs, but a lot of GPUs care about the texture size being a power of 2. So I made this one 1024, and then it just wasn't tall enough to fit these and these boards all in one. So it's tall and there's a lot of empty space. We may move some of our other game elements inside here just to fill this up and use our memory more efficiently. But for now, we're just packing everything we can into a couple of big textures. Another scene file sent, reworked the second book set. Oh, okay. Let me finish laying out this sprite animation. And then we'll pull in the new files. So, and we need to make the arrows stand out more. It's hard to read the arrow on that chalkboard. So I don't know if that means we need to go like more tan, less alpha. Maybe we use a pencil instead of a paintbrush. Pencil basically. So let's see here. What are we doing? Draw right. Here's the arrow. Which we need to resize. Let's go with the 1 pixel. Whoops. Oh, it's going for a dark brown, but maybe it needs to be a lighter, maybe it needs to be like a tan. Maybe that would show up better on the board. Unclear. Something we'll have to play with, I think. Hmm. So just gonna fiddle around with this. Oops. Art for just a little bit. See if we can make that stand out a bit better. Part of the problem is on the chalkboard, it needs to be very dark, but against our dude, it actually needs to be kind of like the white contrast has to be high enough. Hmm. Maybe something like that. Then we go into our red color. Oh, oops. What? I thought we selected red. We just need it to stand out more. Um, that part reads a little bit better. The silver tip, I don't know, there's much, well, in this frame, our guy is fine. Let's take that tan back real quick. Pencil. Feel like there should be a little bit more. Did not change my color. Come on, dude. There we go. Just a little bit more brown. In front of the leg. That's better. Okay. But we need to resize that arrow. Actually, I think I want a little bit more red out here. It feels I don't know. Okay. All right, let's get this guy moved. Yeah, I don't know. Why do I click that? Why does it not change? It's gonna Okay. This is part of the problem is I need to figure out how to resize this thing where it doesn't move anything. So 199 to 211 is 12 pixels. So we need to add 12 to our height. 52 to 65 is 13. So I said we need to add 12 pixels to our, oops, cancel. Layer boundary size. Okay, so our height needs 11 more pixels on it, which means, well, 102. And then our width needs, let's say 13 pixels on there, so 103. Okay. Okay. I have a couple of different options here, but we need to make our width 64. And then our height doesn't need to be 102. Well, it doesn't need to be 64, but it should be a little bit closer. So let's just trim that down a bit. Oh, that actually is not bad. Okay. So let's our dude with an arrow. And when we draw this sprite, it's going to be cut off here. So you won't actually see the arrow stuck in the ground. You'll just pull it out. Okay. Which also means we can now move that frame over here. So there's frame one. And unfortunately, we have to resize every one of these arrows. I kind of like, well, we'll talk about all those as we get to them. I think that arrow is going to stand out a lot more. Okay. Sweet. All right. Have a good to see you. I hope you have a good day and night. See you on the next stream. Sounds good. You have a wonderful evening and look forward to see you on drop in again. Okay. Bow and arrow 2. This is the part I don't like. Not the part, but part of the parts I don't like. I think we need to lengthen the bow actually for every one of these frames that has the arrow in it. I think the bow needs to be longer. I don't know. Okay. All right, so this little guy needs a lighter arrow. So we're just gonna do that. We're just gonna lighten up the arrow. I think it'll stand out a little better against the black. I don't think the gray tip is a problem in particular. Okay, then we get our red. We need a lot more red. Maybe not 50. The rotations kind of do weird things to my colors, so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna move our dude somewhere. Way over here. And his bow. I'm gonna have to reposition that arrow from scratch. Put it right there. I think a little bit more red there. Now the tricky part. We have to resize this arrow. The x-axis isn't bad. The y-axis isn't even that bad. So let's do the x-axis real quick. That's just 64. Nope. So close. 64. Keep the arrow there. We need to add some pixels on top of this guy, which is from 133 to 150 is 17. So our height plus 1790, 103. I want to keep the arrow there. Then layer. Now we make it 64. That way, in the future, if we need to redraw our dude or move him around, that all comes, that's easy now. Okay. There's the first two arrow cleanups. And we just got to keep going. Another thing we'll have to do is update the thing. Let's just get this all done up here. All right, frame 3 of draw. Oops. Move our dude, move his bow. The arrow. It's probably more forward. Unfortunately, it does stick out into that extra pixel there. guy just isn't quite wide enough. Okay. Just move it 1 pixel. Okay. Pencil. It's a lot easier to color in. Oops, we should take all the opacity. Brighten up that arrow. Like 30 or something, since we don't have as much width to play with. We get our red. And red is kind of the piece that we need to stand out the most. These rotations, though, do weird things to colors. Okay. Okay. Maybe a little darker red in there. Okay. We won't be sitting in any of these frames for very long, so okay. So this layer boundary size, make it bigger. This axis, the other axis. What are we doing here? We're going from 199 to 219, which is another 20 pixels on our height, so 84. Resize that. So now we have this corner set. Now we can remove all the excess pixels. Mathematically, we could compute all that and it would be good to go, but it has to be done in at least 2 operations because of the way that GIMP treats that operation. So I wish there was a convenient way, but there isn't that I can find. And unfortunately, these ones with the bow and the arrow and all that stuff is probably the hardest set of animations we got to do. I'm really looking forward to this solar system simulation. That one's going to be much easier. Okay, so there's 3. Here's 4. 4. and then the arrow. So we're raising it up to our cheek. It's starting to pull back. This bow 4, it just looks short once you put the arrow on it. So we're just going to extend it up a little bit. Size was 4 pixels. We're going for the brown that was in the bow. Just going to extend it a bit. It means throughout the animation cycle, things are going to change sizes, but I think at the level of fidelity we're looking at, it's probably fine. Okay, then we go back to the arrow. That's already the correct width. Actually, I think I just want to steal this one. So if I steal arrow 3, it's horizontal, so duplicate, put it down here by 4, hide 4. Then we just move our arrow into its new position. That looks fine. That's basically it. So we just need to make it a bit taller to start with. How much taller? Well, 193 to 199 is 6. So layer boundary size. We add 6 to our height. Now his feet are at the right point. We change the boundary size to 64 and move the arrow to the top. There we go. That's dude number 4, I think. So we delete that one. 4. Okay. Halfway through cleanup on that one. Like I said, we may have to shift everything to a taller height, but we're not there yet. So, because until we aim, it doesn't matter. Okay, number 5. That is also a horizontal arrow, which is encouraging. Move the bow. We're going to extend that bow up a bit more. This arrow here, we have not started the rotation. I think it'll look better if he's just automatically aiming a tiny bit high. So maybe we steal the number 6 arrow. No, I want to keep it horizontal for more than 2 frames. I think it'll look unnatural. These arrows look a little bit transparent to me, but we'll see. All right, so which arrow do I steal? This one? All right. Let's move number 6 into place. Transformation. Oh, I know why it's called that. Okay. Number 7. Eight. Okay. We just gotta straighten out all the arrows. Unfortunately, 6, 7. Arrow 5. We'll figure it out. Arrow 6. Transformation for some reason. Arrow 7 is apparently nothing, so delete the layer, I guess, since it's useless. I'm not sure why we ended up in that situation. No, that's not true. I do have an idea why we ended up in that situation. I think what I want is this arrow, which is the same as this arrow, to be in these 2 frames. And then this frame to have a slightly more angled one. And then this one to basically hold that. I think that's what we want to do. Okay. So let's fix up arrow 6. We'll get our tan, which we should put in our palette, actually. Where's our palette? Palette. Paintbrush, nice big size. Oops. Palette. There's the arrow. In case we need to grab our colors later. It's always a nice thing to have one layer of palette colors. But we're going to go with a pencil, single pixel. Arrow 6, right? Yeah. Something like that. And we want some alpha. Probably good enough. Okay. And we need those reds to start popping. Red. Back to full opacity. Okay, then we, oops, that's a bit heavy-handed there. Oops, I want that one back. Let's go back to, no, not that one. Sure, good enough. Okay, so this one, was arrow 6, which is going to become arrow 5. Yeah, it seems okay. Maybe we need a little bit more red around this thing. Look a little less sharp. Yeah, seems fine. Okay, layer. I just need to add some height. So 199 to 206 is 7 layer boundary size. I need to add 7 to our height. Keep the arrow where it is. Then we chop it down to 64 to truncate the bottom part. Okay, so there's that arrow. So we delete this layer. This one becomes arrow 5. Duplicate. Moving it here, except we're putting it up more. This guy's bow needs to be extended. Where is arrows? The bow, paintbrush, grunge, 4 pixels. Still feel like we need a little red on the shaft there. Pencil. Or oops. Okay. Arrow 6, we just need to move it a little bit. Let's see here, we need to chop off 6 pixels off the top. We need to add 257 to 263, 6 to the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. So layer, boundary size, we're going to add 12 to the height, so 76. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. width 1264. There. There we go. Delete arrow 7 and arrow 8. Duplicate arrow 6. Move it over. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this guy, get the old eraser. We're going to actually erase some of this excess hand here. We're going to keep that backhand low. We're going to rotate the arrow more. Rotate a little bit steeper, so other way. Whoa. About like that. I think I want to rotate the bow actually. Paintbrush, grunge 8, using our bow color. Oh, 4. We're really doing a little tiny extension to our bow. Okay, so our bow is now missized by 1, 2, 3 pixels. And 1, 2, 3 pixels, I think. So if we shrink by 1, 2, 3, oh, well, it needs to be 64 by 64. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Oh, the top is correct. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 64. Perfect. All right, let me just duplicate. Oh, arrow. 7 needs to be resized as well. So it needs to be 199, 192. 7 pixels, 8 pixels shorter. So 64. Except we do that. Okay, so it's perfect height. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels off that edge, and 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels off that edge, I think. 64, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. And I think 8, Mr. 8. Then we just duplicate him actually from 7. So we duplicate, duplicate. Duplicate. I think this will work out just fine. Where did the, oops. What is that one? It's okay to have a duplicate frame in there, I think. It'll give that feel of settling for just a second. Okay. Export. Now I have to go make all the changes. If I can remember to turn off GIMP here. Okay. Images. Robin has some changes. So we have a range. Let's see. Range, spacing, and offset are two things. So between sides, so it's offset then spacing. Offset is parentheses and commas for the X and Y axis. 1, 1. Offset and spacing is 2 and 2, which is also parentheses and commas. Okay. 2 and 2. Then our range. Except everything gets bumped by 1 here, so this is actually frame 17 to 32. And then instead of 33, it's 34. Plus 8 is 42 minus 1. And instead of 42, it's 43 plus 8 is 51 minus 1 is 50. Gosh, I hope we did that right. All right, rebuild our data embeddings in the executable itself. Hopefully that draw looks better. It wasn't far off before, but it could have been better. Then we need to draw it. So Archer, tidy things up, debug. So hopefully those spacings in, no more of those weird artifacts coming in from neighboring frames. That's the main issue we're trying to solve right now. Okay. While that's building, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. And we'll test it when we get back. Okay. So here we are. The artifacts showed up worse in the smaller size. So we're going to do that. And also, if the arrow is more visible at small size, that's good. Whoa! Okay, well, we have some issues. Oh, but only with idle? Nope. The right animation's good. Yeah. Oh, because we didn't do all those other offsets. Oh, my bad. So the offset and spacing has to be all of these. We did not do that. We should have done that. Nuts. Kind of a waste of a build. Okay, well, it's alright. By the next game, we'll be pros at this. Oh, good heavens. I was up a little late last night. My D&D group meets on Tuesdays. And I think we've got, gosh, like 3 campaigns going. Because every time somebody misses, somebody's like, oh, well, we need a campaign with that person not in it, so let's start a new campaign with everybody but that person. You know, scheduling adults is hard, so there's almost always somebody missing. So we keep rotating through all the different campaigns. But then last night, somebody wasn't going to be there and somebody else was going to be there. And we're like, oh, we don't know what we're going to do. So I was like, well, I'll run a West Marches style campaign. So walking the players through what that means, and we decided, like I offered, I was like, we don't have to play D&D 5e. We can play something else. We can play a different game system. So I was like, well, I know 4e. They're like, oh, that sounds good. One of them did. One of them was very excited about it. Really wanted to try 4e. So I was like, all right, let's do it. So walking through character creation and the West Marches, it's kind of an interesting little idea. So a lot of campaigns are big, high fantasy adventure, you know, evil governments and, you know, evil warlocks and whatnot that you're fighting against. This one's a little different. West Marches goes back to like way back. This guy wrote a campaign for adults that, you know, nobody was ever going to be there consistently. So what it is basically the world is settled. It's all safe and sanitary. There's nowhere to go except exploring the wilderness to the west. That's it. And then basically in an email thread, they would be like, hey, who's going to make it this week? And everybody would say, oh, I can't. And then the people who can make it say, let's go adventure, let's go explore the, you know, the swamps of whatever, or let's go look at the crags of, you know, something or other. And they would decide where they were going to go that week. And that was it. You know, you're going to this location. Once they decide that, then the guy would write up his little session and they'd play that. So it kind of narrows the scope, but it's up to them to explore everything to the west of where they are. And there are, you know, overarching historical things that they run into and whatnot. So we're kind of setting up that style of campaign. And where to go but west, nowhere in civilization. Go explore the old ruins, go explore the old stuff, and, you know, dive into caves and crypts and things that were left over. And so yeah, that's gonna be kind of fun. But that'll be basically the campaign for when one of the main 4 campaigns can't run. So it's kind of a filler. Basically, it's a series of one-shots. It's more episodic than an actual campaign. But we were up a little late, so. Alright, let's see if that fixes any of our animations. Okay, idle looks good. Walk right still looks good. Okay. That actually was much better in terms of the draw, except that it ran off the edge of the draw. So when we right click, oh, that, I like that. Okay, so we just need to fix something here. 43 to 50. The draw speed looks okay. We don't want it to take forever. 43 to 50. Confusion. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we didn't move our dude. Okay, okay. So let's move the bow, the arrow, and our dude. There we go. My bad. Okay. Now what we need is aim. What I'm currently thinking is the end of the arrow here will stay where it is, and we'll pivot up and down, which will then tell us where the bow goes, which will then tell us where the arm goes. And this is where we find out how tall or how short to make our new sprites for this dude. Aim left, aim right. Like I said yesterday, there's a lot of ways you can do like between animations to get from the walk to the draw, or whatever. But we're not gonna do most of those anyways. Okay, all right. Draw right. When you draw the bow, we'll always draw to the right because it looks better than drawing to the left. The bow needs to be longer, so let's go do the bow real quick. Paintbrush 4 grunge, that looks like the right brown. Okay. Aim right. So when you're shooting a bow, you draw, and then your hand basically stays by your ear, and you aim by moving your arm up and down. We just have it by default, he's pointing slightly up, which makes sense, because if you point directly horizontal, the first thing the arrow does is start to fall. Your shot should almost always be upward. But we will allow stupidity, so it's not like a big problem here. So let's grab basically the last 3 here. Duplicate these 3 layers. We're going to move those up. Oh, but I'm not showing GIMP. Oops. Okay, there we go. All right. So our arrow comes over here. We're going to aim to the right. There's the bow. There's the dude. Aim right, arrow, 1. This is probably not right. Aim right, 1. Aim right, bow, 1. Okay. This is not number 1, but it's fine. Actually, I can move all 3 of them in one shot here. So like I said, we need to decide how high to allow people to aim and how low to allow people to aim. Basically, when it stops looking good. I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we do 8 different angles, is that enough? 8 angles might be enough. Oh. Okay, let's do this. Let's export this real quick. Let's re-embed that data and rerun the animation one more time. And then we'll go try the new textures. I think that's what we need to do. Robin, aim to the right. 8 frames, 1, 1, spacing 2, 2. This will go from 51, 52. Plus 8 minus 1 is 59. Or 60? 59, 60. 60 would be 8 minus 1, 59. Okay. It won't do anything because we haven't hooked up aiming yet. Let's go embed our data. Do a quick rebuild, then we'll pull that new texture. While that's building, I'll start moving the texture over. Where's my downloads? That's not the new one. Okay, so let's start the build. Then we'll have to fake aiming to the right and add that sprite, and then we'll write the code to support aiming. So compile. It's going to take a minute. While it's doing that, I'll download the new texture. Start moving it over. Don't think I had to make any changes to the file yesterday. Did I? I don't think so. Yeah, so bring up the new one. Oh, I think those already look better. Yeah. Yeah, just from being zoomed out, it looks good. Nice. Okay. So let's get that plugged in. Let me see here. Let me make sure. Oh, did you update the total guesses too? Nice. Nice, nice. Very sneaky of you. Yeah, Yeah, book set 2 looks like it's going to be a much better fit. Just make sure it's layer boundary size 103. Yep, okay. All right, I think we're going to just pull this in. Then let me build finished. It did. Go test the archer real quick. Okay, walking still works. All right. Nice. I think that's good. So, oh, not sandbox. There's actually not anything running in sandbox right now. We haven't done a lot of test development code lately. Okay, so I'm going to pull that file out of downloads into the asset directory real quick. Sleuth assets, images. Let's the old one. Replace the file. Open the file. Okay, so I'm looking at the file, which probably means I should show GIMP. Okay, so here it is. There's been a bit of a gradient added to the total guesses poster, which is nice. And then yeah, this book set looks a lot better. I'm looking forward to this. So we're gonna export as scene elements 1 PNG. Okay, then we're going to export the UVs in case anything's moved. And this just writes out text that we can then pull in. So scene elements 1, and we're good. That's basically it in terms of GIMP. So we hide the GIMP, we go to images and UVs. Yeah, eventually we may pull some of these other textures into scene elements 1 or 2. But the background also takes up a lot of space. The ping could get moved in. I like the book icons where they are. This is another doodad thing. Robin Hood. The notebook covers kind of need their own files. Buttons could be in their own files. So maybe we can't really move much. We can maybe move ping in. We have a lot of dead space in like 3 of these textures. 4. Scene elements 1, 2. Background and doodads takes up quite a lot of space. Okay. Anyways, we've got this new thing in here. So we can re-embed our new data. Take it for a test drive. We'll see how total guesses looks and book set 2. Getting to look so nice. All that new art definitely makes it look more professional. The old mediocre programmer art was a decent placeholder, but really doesn't look good. we're kind of at the point where we have enough of our final art that we might actually get reasonable data on how much space we're saving with a different compression. So I think my plan right now is to finish up 2 or 3 more of these chalk doodads, plus this one. Well, this one plus 2 more. Then we'll run the image compression task. It'll be like almost done. It'll be so much closer. Okay, so on the small scale, I failed. Let's go to the big scale. We want to do golf mode. Okay. Did I not update the UVs? It looks like... Oh, I'll bet... Hold on. Is that a drop shadow? In the image itself. Okay. Okay. I think what I need then. Scrofulous, a good word. Images, UVs. Did do that. So we embed, and then I need to find. That didn't look very centered. It's not complicated enough to need to, let's see here. We're gonna do that. We're gonna come over to game scene. Total guesses. Paper and the label. So what we care about. That's all fine. Is where we set the rectangle, I think. Move by some amount, doesn't matter. Set text. Playback. Aha, here we are. So we get our total width and height off of that. X, Y. Okay, X plus Y. So that's what I need to figure out is where does that happen? So from the top of, where's the... Need to go from 421 to 429. So that's 8 pixels down. And then from the edge of the texture, which is at 580, we need to come over to 799. 799 minus 580, 219. the width and height of the 799, 921. 921 minus 799 is 122 width, which is correct. And then the height from 429 to 497 minus 429, 68. Okay. Big, mid. Maybe go with a mid font size. No, big should fit. Did I not set alignment? I didn't. Oh, I did set alignment. Center, center. Okay. I suppose if you had 100 guesses, maybe I want that mid size. I think maybe we'll do the solar system doodad next. After we get the archer done. I think it would be funny if we could have the archer shoot himself. Like just launch an arrow straight up into the air and then step forward into its path. That could be funny little interaction to discover for people. Okay. So there's our dude. Left, right. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. Total guesses. What am I doing wrong here? Why is that showing up wrong? And how many digits can I reasonably fit? I might have to shrink that font size anyways, but I feel like it's truncated part of the top of that. Yeah, 20 already doesn't fit, so we need a smaller size font. We have to do this a couple more times before we hit the 100 mark. So if we end up, let's see here, 9 words times 20, worst case. These books look really good. They fit in really nicely with those dictionaries. So there's our 80. 100's gonna not fit great at all. There's our 90. Bill. Slyer. Cute. Yeah, we need to shrink that font. $120 guesses. That's the total number of guesses it takes to get all the way up here if you maximize everything. Fails. Okay. So shrink font 1. I feel like there's an odd offset here that I'm not taking into account somewhere, but I thought I did. No, those book textures look really good. I am pleased. Okay. Set text. With mid, that should help. Total gets us paper. Set texture, set UV. Set label, whatever. Set text. Move, that's just animation stuff. Set value. Where's my... I feel like something is off. I exported total guesses. That width and height should be correct. And then we just looked at, I did just look at these values. Those should be correct. But the texture, even if I change the size of the texture here, that shouldn't matter. Boundary size 360 by 94. That should be fine. We don't do any math off that other than computing where this white rectangle is. That drop shadow looks nice. so much confusion in my mind. Why is that? Let UV total guesses 347 by 83. Except that's not the right thing, is it? So we just looked at that in GIMP. $360 by 94. So why did that not update? Total guesses. Oh, did I? Am I being dumb? I might be being dumb. Hold on. I might know what's wrong. If we go to UVs, we have to reload it first from this. So that's 360 by 94. That's what I expect. 360 by 94. That's all on me. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, we definitely need to separate UV processing from image processing just a little bit. It'll be fine. All right. One more build that should have the total guesses thing working again. Oops. That's all too bad. Okay, so the bow draw looks much better. Aiming. We can't run the standard sprite. We have to manually control the sprite frames ourselves. And we will have to clamp the angle. And if the mouse moves from the left to the right, we have to flip the animation. But we're not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, this is kind of fun. Not gonna lie. If we can shoot an arrow today, that would be wonderful. Oh, that gum typo. We'll see if a smaller font fits 120 into the results there. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so if we Okay. Okay, there's our word, smoky, blah, blah, blah. All right, fill it back up. Cheat. Zebra. What is that? I'm not sure zebra needs to be in my list of words. That doesn't sound very... Let's see here. Merriam-Webster Dictionary. That looks like one that we may have missed in our skim through zebra. Yeah, it's not in Merriam-Webster. We're gonna have to get rid of that. Whoops. Okay. Shoot. Perspicuous. Very nice word. Alright, so if we go to assets, words, to decide. So we did dressed. Zebra. Does not exist in the dictionary we're using. Therefore, we need to remove it. Zebra. Uh-oh. I don't see zebra in our list at all. Zebra, obviously. Huh. Sorry, now I'm just confused. Where did zebra get in my list? At all. Okay, 53 fits in there. 54. So... It's 80. 80 fits in there nicely. $100. Fill it up. Yeah, 120 fits just fine. Fails. Again, huh? That's awkward. Oh, I do have an error. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so total guesses looks great. The books look great. I'm pleased with both of those. Okay, where was I? Where was I? Okay, so we're gonna save that effort there. That's good effort. Second, clutter things up a bit. Myself, just tidy up a scotch here. Okay. Good to go. Save. And we don't need this file open anymore. Okay. So let's go to our journal. Add spacing frames. We did tidy up the arrow. That's new book set 2. And total guesses. Those are done. Okay, so added margins and spacing around robin animations to prevent interpolation bleeding between frames, which we could see in the smaller screen size period. Arrow, that's your draw animation looks better. Minor tweaks and made arrow more visible. Integrated latest book set and total guesses artwork. They both look really good. Yes, excellent progress, excellent progress. Let's save that progress so we don't lose it by being stupid. There's one thing I can do, it is screw up a project. Get status, that should tell us what's changed. I don't remember changing sound warehouse, but okay. Very nice. Okay. Good progress so far. Aiming, we need to aim. So we need roughly 8 frames of animation there. Robin animation has margin and spacing. Robin draw animation cleanup and better arrow. New book set 2 and total guesses textures. Good to go. All right. Aiming. When we right click, we enter an aim phase. And we need to provide some more angles to aim at. So let's come over to OBS. Show the old Rooney. And this will be one of the frames in that animation. But probably not the first one. But the back of the arrow is going to stay where it is, and only the front of the arrow is going to rotate. So we need to decide what angle of rotation to go through, which will also tell us how much each row has to change. When we pick the arrow and bow rotations, that will tell us where to draw the arm. So at full extension, then as you lower it, I guess the arm just pivots, so it actually doesn't change that much. Even if you're aiming low, the hand stays by the ear and the other arm stays locked. You never bend your elbow. So that actually simplifies a lot. Okay. So this is a frame. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to yeah, the bow has a hand on it, so we don't even need to worry about end effector of that arm. So what we need to do is erase the arm. Eraser. And we're just going to erase the arm on this dude because everything is going to pivot from there. Oops. Got a little carried away there. Because there's a hand attached to the bow. We can work with that already. A little small eraser here. Even smaller. That's not what I said. Or it's what I said, but it's not what I meant because your user interface is a little bit wonky, people. Only. There we go. There's the shoulder. That's basically it. We need 8 of these. And do we just merge the arrow and the bow for aiming? It's going to simplify things a lot if we do that, I think. I think so. Oh, but. Oh, no, that's fine. Actually, that works fine. Arrow, bow. All right, let's do this. Let's duplicate. Duplicate. In case we change our mind, we want to come back. Hide. Merge down. I think that's it. So now we just duplicate. This becomes frame 2, which we'll come back to. Oops, not that one. Shoot. Aim right. 1 and 2. We were selecting active layer. My bad. All right. Duplicate. These will both become 3. We just need 8 of these. Then we'll set up angles. Then the painful part will be making the bow and the arrow fit in our frame. So we're going to move and move. Do you kind of want a power meter bar? I don't know how serious I am about that though. Well, maybe we don't show any indicator for power. I don't know. This isn't like a serious part of the game, so we can afford to be not the most helpful. Once we get this done for right-facing aiming, then we'll have to add the left-facing, but that will be easy We'll basically just erase the bow where the head covers it, and that's it. And the hand will be hidden by the... Oh wait, did I do that right? When I'm facing right, this is in front of my head. So that is correct. The left hand is in front of the head. So when we flip it, we'll have to erase everything inside the head. Basically, the head obscures the arrow in the hand. And that's it. Everything else, dead simple. Yeah. For so it's just 5, 5. Not the most exciting yet. Is 8 enough to get me the level of accuracy I want? 6, 6. I don't know. It's honestly probably fine. It's such a small scale, people can't see that well anyways. So we'll duplicate. 7, 7. It's bow, then thing, bow, then thing, bow, then thing. Oops. Switch our ordering around for no reason. There we go. And 8. Okay. Bow 1 layer, transform, arbitrary rotation, center. Right there. And we want to rotate till the arrow is basically flat. About there. Is that it? So that'll be our 0 angle. If we're angle 0, boom. Maybe just a little more. 9.2 I said. Move the center. Maybe I should do that. Then I'll actually be able to see a little better. About 10 degrees. 11.5, 11.6. Rotate. Okay, that looks straight. We are gonna have to change all these layer sizes when we get there, but we're not there yet. And here's where we want to increase the height of our sprites, unfortunately. But I think we've built things in such a way it shouldn't be too bad. So let's go to aim 3. Let's start rotating that bad boy. Arbitrary rotation. Put our thing here. So we said it's about 10 degrees. So if we go up 10 degrees, it's about there. We'll move things around here shortly. Oh, well, will we? That's a good question. Arbitrary rotation. Put our center dot about there. Then we're going to rotate minus 20 degrees. Maybe we need more than 8 frames then. I suppose that's a possibility. So 0, 10, 20, 30. So this will be a 40. Here, rotation. Minus 30, we said. I don't want to go like full 90. So that's, yeah, that's probably 8 frames plus another 7-ish frames. So 15 frames. His arm is going to do some weird stretching things. Okay. Layer. It's 40. Zero, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. I think 70 degrees is. I mean, really, if you're going to aim that high, you're going to rotate your torso, but that's more art than I feel like doing. Basically, this holds true over a more narrow range. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 4 is 9. Rotation point minus 50. Yeah, it's gonna look kind of Gumby, unfortunately. So 3, that's the 60-ish degrees angle. All right. Let's just see how it looks. Not that one. Patient. Move that there. Minus 60. Okay. Now the... Oh, shoot. What I need is some line somewhere. The distance between this line and that line. Goodness gracious. Doing math. Gotta do math. Maybe I overmath things. But it's how my mind works. So this thing here. Speaking of math, where's my pen? Is at 199. This thing here is at 217, so it's 18 pixels apart from the top of the head. .216, so 17 pixels. Okay. So this is our new top of head here. Just for while we rotate things and size things up new. That is 354 plus 17 is 364, 71, 371. And then 354 plus 64 is 8410. So it's 418. Okay, so we should be able to put things back more or less where they belong, following these guides. So if we take aim 1, oof. Right there. Then the bow. And that's... The bow never leaves this rectangle, so we can do a little bit of layer sizing. If this is where we want it, at 463 minus 454 is 9 pixels. Width 64, 9 pixels. That's the perfect width. We could put the bottom of the bow at its proper location, which means we have to subtract this much. So 263, 269, we have to subtract 6 layer. 70. Okay. We can now place that bow relative to our dude without any trouble. The only problem is that the bows are going to extend above where we are. So we'll have to fix that. And these are all rough numbers anyways. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we're going to get a bit of Gumby arm out of this thing. Okay, next bow. Let's just... That one's fine. We'll keep that one. This one, though. We need to go from 595 to 592, which is 3 pixels. $64, 1, 2, 3. Didn't move, that's good. We need to go from 263 to 268 is 5. Okay. As long as we get these more or less where we want them, we can actually get a reasonable maximum height we need for our dude. Yeah, I think this is the right way to go for now. Okay. 656. 61 is 5 pixels. 64 with an offset of 5. And our height needs to go 263 to 271. That's 8 pixels. 8 pixels, 75. Oh, yeah. If we get aim right done, aim left will be much simpler. All the math work will be done. All right, next bow. Shrink it to size, and then 727, 722 is 5 pixels. One, two, three, four, 5. Perfect. Then we just want to drop bottom 263, 272 is 9. So we go to 79. I think as long as we have 3 pixels difference, we'll be fine. I would like actually something for some contrast. Looking at all these checkerboards is making me cross-eyed, which I probably should have thought of before. Where's my fill? Where's fill? Fill. Bucket fill. Let's get something that's reminiscent of chalkboard. Oh, we have some erasing work to do. Oh. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, we do. We have some erasing to do. Good thing we did that operation. Otherwise our art would look terrible. Or more terrible. Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, that's embarrassing. Oopsie daisy. Okay, where were we? My bad. Easily sidetracked. So we need to add a list to a thing to our list here. Game animation. Clean up loose pixels in Robin. Can see with contrasting background. Yep, my bad. Okay. So this bow is fine. 6. We got 3 more of these resizes to do. Okay, so 793, 788 is 5. So 64 offset by 5. And we need to trim off 63 to 72, which is 9. Take off 9 pixels. That's 82. We need to go from 859 to 856, which is 3. 64 with an offset of 3. Then we need to trim down the bottom from 263 to 270 is 7. So we take 7 off. That's 84. Last bow to resize for now. We need to lose 1 pixel. That offset. So 64, 1. That fits it within the bounds we want. And then we need to drop, what is that, 1, 2, 3 pixels off the height. So 85. Okay, everything now should be easy to lay out. This is kind of disappointing that we left those ghost pieces in our walk cycle. We'll come back to all that. I'll just resist for now. But I would like to clean these up. I'll walk right, aim right, bow, move. Move the bow. Move the bow. And then the dude. The dude actually isn't much of a problem right now because I haven't drawn the arm. So we can actually do cleanup just once, actually. Is that how we want to do it? Let's just move all the bows. We'll paste the guy. That'll be easier. Okay, aim right 1. Hide the bow. Get our eraser. Hard edge, 2 pixels. All we gotta do is delete the loose pixels. Oh, it scrolled. There we go. There. Okay. Delete. 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 Okay. Duplicate. You are now 2. And you live here. You are now 3. You are 4. Okay, so this gets us our aiming up from horizontal. Mostly the cleanup isn't too bad, I think. There's a few places where we definitely need it. We'll go through all that in a bit. Okay. Yeah. One thing at a time. Don't get distracted. 05. 06. 07. 08. Okay, now we need to figure out what our maximum height is, which looks to be there. So that's it. That's our maximum height for our sprite from starting right out of scratch space here, 894 to 870. Oh no, wasn't looking at the right number. 418, 339. 79 pixels tall. That's the answer. Okay. 79. So all these rows we drew need to be 79 pixels instead of 64 to make room for the bow. For sprite animations, we just want to keep the size of all the tiles the same. 79. We just make it 80 for convenience. 80 is not a bad number. 64 plus 16. Do we just resize everything now? We probably should. We can do cleanup while we do that, right? Let's take aim right. So 79 is the answer. Should move our idle. Why is our idle animation so huge? What is in there? Oh, these guys. That's why it's huge. Draw bow to the right. Walk left. Walk right. Okay. So this is 64. Let's see, this is one pixel. If we come down 80 pixels, that'll be 81. 81 plus 1, 2 is 83. 83 plus 80 is 163. Plus 2 is at 165. All right, walk right. Eesh. Oops. We put the head reference, we put the bow reference. Basically it, right? Okay, then before we move the bow, I'm going to get out our eraser and erase some extra pixels we got. It doesn't have to be perfect, but what we had before was certainly less than perfect. Okay, now we move the bow. There. Okay, what? There we go. That looks a little better. Okay, so that's rock 1. 2. Okay, that already looks better. A little bit more off the heel here. Okay. We're going to be at this for a little while. Probably not too bad, though, because we should only have those ghosting things for a few frames, I think. This one just needs a little bit of tidy up around there. It's actually not as bad as it could be. Yeah, a lot of these frames will be a lot quicker. Oops. We just want the move. Let's erase. This one had some ghosting, though. That's not erase, that's ellipse tool. Shift E, okay. Boom. Sure there's even much I can do around this thing. Just to find the leg a little bit more. A little more separation around that hand. Not much. Not much I can do about that, really. Cool, cool. Just tell. There's really not much I can do. Around this nonsense. Make a little tidy up around the shoulder area. Okay. Move the bow. See, we need that 80 pixel height. That's the key. This is what we're going for. Those 80 pixels above the head are going to be very important to us. But we do not need more width than 64 pixels, so that's good news. All right. Little cleanup around there. Around there. I mean, I don't even know what's going on there. We'll just leave it. Okay. This one's a bad one. Or not bad, but I've certainly seen better. Hand is starting to come away from the body a little bit. I think that heel is starting to... Is that... That's probably not important. Okay. We'll just move the bow. No, we need to erase that. Let's go back to... So I do think that's some of our ghost images we were using. Is this next frame here, 9, looks like it definitely has some of that ghosting pixels. Just to find the foot a little bit better. Just cleaning up all the pixels. There we go. So here's one question. The walk left cycle, I think we need to clean up those pixels too, but we can do that by duplicating the right. But then we have to rename all of our frames. That's a tough choice. I'm not sure which one would be more efficient. We'll probably pick wrong either way. All right, eraser. Extending the leg. Okay, seems good. Yeah, we really should have done a more contrasting background long before now. I have regrets. Another thing for me to remember the next time I do art in future years. Just sharpen that angle a little bit at the elbow, knee, bring in the toes a bit. We just want a little more neck there. Maybe not that much. Let's see. I feel like that's a problem area. Oops, whoa, whoa, whoa. Not that much. That looks better. Okay. All I should have to clean up, though, is the white body. So we don't actually have to do anything with the bows in our left animation. Does that save us a lot of work? Ooh, this is a bad one. Huge toe box. This is a really bad ghosted area from the previous frame. Bring back the Shanna scotch. Back heel is lifting up. Maybe we go just a little bit more heel on that one. Yikes. 5. These have like fat feet here, which maybe doesn't matter that much. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Like just looking back, I'm like, wow. Okay. I would argue those are much cleaner animations. Mr. 12's bow. Move it up here. Mr. 12 needs a little touch up. I think we want to make that back knee bend a little bit more. Okay, 12. 13. And probably spending more time on this animation than I should. But I think it's making it improved. It's making it a little better. This one. Foot, knee, back of calf. Hey, almost. This one, the things are a bit of a mess, so not as much cleanup we can do in these situations. But there is some. Probably about as good as it's gonna get, huh? Okay. Oops. Okay, so we did walk cycle 15, 16. This is a knee coming up and a hand swinging, so that's always going to be a little bit hard to read visually. And the feet are crossing, so again, it'll always be a little hard to read. Move the bow. There we go. Okay. So, walk right has been cleaned up. Walk left. The bow positions are all fine, but I don't know if it actually saves me anything to not just start over. So let's delete walk left. Duplicate walk right. Step 1. We can delete these layers, they don't matter. We already have a copy somewhere else. Left. the T here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, 4. Because luckily the transforms to flip aren't hard, so I think the renaming in bulk is easier than trying to do anything more clever. Sometimes the right answer is just copy paste and then rename everything. Okay. Okay, we're getting close. Oh, good heavens. Okay, I don't like the undo behavior here in this program. That is some strange choices. When I want to undo text changes, it doesn't count it as an undoable command until after the text has been committed. So if I'm mid-text edit, instead of undoing the text edit, it undoes the last thing I renamed, which I don't like, but it's a choice. I know why they did it. I probably would have done it the same, but I'm also not GIMP. I'm like a simple solo dev here. Okay, so left has been done. All we need to do, well, not all we need to do. I'm going to move active layers. I think that'll be a little bit more efficient where we're going. Oh, don't. We don't want to do that. We need to do it the hard way. Otherwise, our names will lie to us like crazy. We'll flip that in a minute. So just hang with me. This is a bit of a setback. It's unfortunate we discovered we were being lazy earlier. Now we pay the price. Like I said, I'm no artist, so I don't think of these things until I accidentally stumble onto them. So we gotta fix them, but could have prevented all of this. By drawing with a contrasting background to start with. Oh, no. Shoot. That's not quite what we want. Okay. So this guy from 165 plus 80 is 245. One, two is 247. All right. In theory, oh shoot, this one. Okay, 15. Okay. Now we just have to flip all the lefts. That's it. We need a flip. Flip, 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 flip. See how easy this is. Anybody could do it. And probably more efficient. If I had lots of money and could hire some poor high school student to do all the boring stuff, but that's what a solo dev gets. Actually, I can only claim to be almost solo dev. I do have 2 people actually helping me. Granted, it's not for money. We're doing exchange of services. My sister's going to do the music in exchange for working on projects she wants. And I don't know what my artist wants, but he's very reasonable. Okay, much better. So, walk cycles cleaned up. Idle animation. We're going to move the idling head. Here. Idling legs to the same place. Oh wow. And the idling arms also to the same-ish place. It'll be fine. Which leaves the idle animation. Which fortunately is very simple. I don't think he needs any real cleanup. We didn't use any ghosting methods there. In fact, here's a question. We just move this over there. The legs move somewhere, it doesn't really matter. In the head. Sure, looks good. Let me just move this whole idle animation easily to right about there. It looks like we can. I'd like to know. Well, some of these got off, but this isn't that bad. Yeah. all off. And all off by the same amount. So we just so that's still one off. Okay, now we're lined up. Okay, so idle animation wasn't that bad. Right. We'll pause there for a brief restroom break. And we'll finish resizing all those animations and re-embed all that and test it. So just give me a minute. I'll be back. Okay. All right, so we're just cleaning up our animations, fixing things up, making things fit where they belong. The draw animation should very nearly just work. I'm gonna move everything 2 pixels, then everybody fits. This first arrow needs to get truncated, so 64. It'll be stuck in the ground. Okay, everything else works fine, except we have to drop these few down. There are some loose pixels as well, so let's go to this one. I think it's this eraser. There. All right, over here. Move. Oh. Let's move some things. So we're at 247. We need to be at 327. And then 329. And then we can put our arrow, move the dude down, and the bow. A little bit of cleanup here. Also necessary here, so. Okay. We are getting there. Slowly, slowly. Okay, there we are. Find the bow. Didn't move the bow for some reason. There we go. Get the eraser. Five. There we are. Okay. Oh, six. Okay, two more for the draw. All right, 7. Okay. Eight. 8. The better job we do with the art up front, the less we'll have to change later when we mirror it. Okay, so draw is good. Down here we already cleaned this guy up, except now there's enough room for him. So let's move our layers, our guides here. If this is at 239, 329, down 80 is 409. So let's find 409. And then 411. Okay. And finally, aim right. Good heavens. Aim right, aim right. Okay. Nope. We do want to put down as well. So these aren't actually the last ones we need to do. And we need to renumber them. But we don't want to like aim straight down, so maybe we only need to do like 2 or 3 to get the full experience. So if we take 1, let's see. Like I said, all these are fine the way they are. Because we need to pick our animation frame given an angle clamped within a range. Let's just drop a temporary guide here. Duplicate. Duplicate. Bow. Right. Zero. Oh, wow. Aim right, bow, 0, 0 is already taken? No way. Aim right, bow, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Aim right, bow, oh. Aim right. 0, 0. Okay, I'm just gonna put that up here. Right there. And oops. There we go. Aim right, 0. Aim right, bow. Okay, so at this point, we need to rotate this bow down. So we already found our pivot point right about there. So layer, transform, arbitrary rotation. We're going to remove the point of rotation to there. And then we want to go 10 pixels down. sure. So running out of hot water here. That's always sad. Duplicate, move. X. Oh. We'll have to renumber all these shortly. X. Duplicate. X. The bow we want to rotate around there, and we want to rotate 20. Maybe just go to 50 and call it good. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. We've got 3 more. That's 5 plus the 8 we already have. 5 plus 8 is a 13 frame animation. And there'll be 2, one for left, one for right. Then we can get back to writing code. I think that's the plan. X, Y, Z, whatever. 0, 0. Okay, 1, 1. Duplicate. Duplicate. So that's 10, 20, 30. Oh, we only need 1 more after this. So it's 4 plus 8 is 12. That's I think, a better number. Arbitrary rotation of frames for an animation. So that's 10, 20, 30. I don't see any reason. Oh, the bow should be behind. Interesting. Okay, so there might be a little bit of cleanup to do after we've mirrored this. All right, right bow 1. Duplicate. Z. Z, that's not a Z. Z. Duplicate. Z. Move. Here. Okay. Bow. Layer. Transform. Rotate arbitrarily around this point here. 40 degrees. That's plenty. Plenty. Although we are going to touch up the bow with our bow color. This one. Now, technically those two are bad because the arrow's in front of the head. Well, the arrow is in front of the head. So that's actually fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's enough frames. So, technically, this one is 12, 12, 11, 11, 10, 10, 9, 9, 8, 8. If I don't carefully name my layers and such, I will lose track so fast, and then I'll make more mistakes. So this is all preventative. 7, 6, 6, 5, 5. This is defensive development. 4, 4, 03, 03, 02, 02, 01, 01. All right. Now, we have rotated these bows, and we need to get them at least close to the right size. So, this thing, we want to go from 1 to -7 is 8 pixels layer. Boundary size, -8. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the right width. And we just need to trim the height down by that much. So from 514 to 526, 6 pixels. We just take 6 pixels off here to 75. Now the bow will fit fine. Let me just continue that song and dance for these 3 frames. Then we can drag all our new archer aiming to their new home. All right. So from 67 to 53 is 14. 64 minus 14. And then the height we need to lose off the foot is 514 to 524 is 10. So we just take 10 off that. 279. 2 more. And then we'll have to draw the arms on the guy. Which, like I said, not anatomically going to be correct at all, but it'll be fine. Is that true? It's probably true enough. Okay. So from here, 133 to 113 is 20. So make it 64, offset by 20. Then we need to lose from 514 to 525 is 11. So we take 11 off that to 82. One more frame to fix up this one. From 199 to 176, which is what, 23? 64, 23, yep. And from the bottom of the feet, 514 to 525 is another 11. 484. There we go. Now, move our bow person here. Did I math something wrong somewhere? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves. It'll be fine. It'll all fit. Just dandy, probably. Again, I know this isn't anatomically correct at all in a lot of ways, but I think it'll get us where we need to be. Hopefully, that 80 pixels we picked is the right number. If not, if I mathed wrong, I will have regrets. Nine, 10, 10, 11. Ooh. 12. Does it fit? Oh my goodness. Perfect. So there's the aim right sequence. Not too shabby. So from 411 to 491. 493. We're not gonna draw the arm in until we see how the bow pointing looks. Once we draw the arm in, then we'll add the aim left sequence, which will be a copy paste of this, move to different cells, and then flipped horizontally. And then we put the dude behind, the bow behind the dude, and lastly, erase the parts that are covered by his noggin. But we're going to start with aiming right. 80 pixels. Okay. Oh, we're done with GIMP for a while. That'll be nice. We're going to write some code. So, images. We now have aim right. This number doesn't matter because we're going to actually run it ourselves. But our sizes are now all off. So instead of this, it'll be 64 by 80. And our aim right will start at 52 plus 12 is 64 minus 1 because you don't count the 0th one. Well, you do count it, but it's an index thing. Okay. Okay, so I said they're all roughly 10 degrees, so we are going to clamp the angle between 0, or between what I consider negative 30 and positive, what did I say? 30, 20, 10, 0. Oh, minus 10, 20, 30, 40. 40, 30, 20, 10, 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. That looks like 80. Maybe it is 70. Maybe you can fit an 80 before your vertical. That'll just be the display angle. All right. So we need to. We also got some good cleanup done. This was not a bad effort at all. So file, export the image. We've already updated the frames in our data. And now, right, we did update the aim right 16 frames from 52 to 63. Pretty sure it's 12 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, let's. That's not right. Okay, good. No, that's not what I want either. Good heavens. We want to run this command. Get the new data in there. Then maybe we'll heat up some water and then we'll write the code for aiming. Really, aiming is like the last, well, not the last complex part. The other complex part is handing off control to a different arrow thing when you release. But that's not a so archer. Now we compile. All right. While this is running, I'm going to heat up some water. Put some yerba mate. And the build should be done by the time we get back. So hold your horses and we'll do some stuff. Okay. We are back. The build completed. We're first going to check and make sure we didn't break anything with all the new sizes and so forth. The size, we're placing the feet and we didn't change the width, so the head height shouldn't matter in theory. So pop, there's our dude. The walk cycle still looks okay. In fact, I think it looks better. I think that cleanup work we did was worth it. Arrow draw. Okay. Time for code. Here we go. This is why we heated up all that water. We're gonna do some code, I guess, if I'm sitting upright. There we go. All right, through Archer. You know what? We should just need draw. Walk left, walk right. Draw right. Do I need aim left, aim right? Kind of like the walk. I don't know that we need that. Let's go take a look. Oh no, we do need that one. I'm not sure we need left and right for aiming. Maybe it's computer frame and call it good. 5, 6. Handle mouse press. If we right click on our dude, and if we're idle, I think that needs to be a check. Robin state equals, oh, come on. Idle 1. Then we do that. So if we're still walking when we right click, it does not interrupt the right click. Okay. Otherwise, if it's aim, shoot. So if we right click to draw the arrow, Robin state is aim, we shoot. Otherwise, basically if we're walking or idle. Walk left. Okay, if we're walking or idle, then we can change the direction of walk. That's fine. Otherwise, we shoot if we're aiming. Anything else shouldn't matter. Or can ignore. While you're drawing, you don't right-click again until you're drawn. Okay, so aim. Aim left, aim right, I don't think do anything. Actually, this is now just aim. It stops an animation, resets it. Let's see here. Oh. Walk left, walk right. So it's here. So let's move some of this code out. I'm just getting a little bit, not overwhelmed, but let's see here. Void update walk anim sequences. DT. I don't think we're using delta time here. So this says if we're walking, let's see here, walk animation sequence update. I think that's a better name. Yes, we'll come back to that. Okay, if walking left, if walking right. So this is update draw, right? This equals aim. Aim anim sequence update. I'm just gonna call it that for now. Why not? Aim anim sequence update, which really doesn't do anything right now. It will. That's where we pick our frame based on an angle. if we're walking left, if we're walking right. Walk left, walk right. Left. Walk, move left, walk, move right. They are mirrors of each other. But rather than push the check down inside this function, we'll leave it at the switch case statement in the update. I think that's reasonable. Fine, we can rearrange later if we want to. Okay, so we need that rectangle. Probably distance and factor. Update. Let's see here. Walk, move left. Accelerate clamp, decelerate when approaching. Back in destination, switch to idle. Move right. Move right. Okay. Oh, that's a bit cleaner. Draw right. We could break that into its own function just for consistency, but it's literally a one-liner. It says when we're not animating the draw anymore, we go to aim state. Or walk. So if we check here in animation sequence update, it is a left or right. We check move left. We check move right. So we just wrap this all up inside of this. Walk and just walk. Just call it walk. We no longer to do this check here. Walk animation sequence update. Walk, move, right or left. It must be one or the other. So, yeah. Robin's state is equal to Archer. Robin's state left. Left. Right. Right. And now this just walk. And that goes away. Animation Aim animation sequence. Update. Oh, this is the non-animation sequence update. So this is everything except aim. If we're in aim, we do something completely different. Whoops. Okay. Ah. This doesn't need to happen. So if underscore Robin state not equal to Robin state aim. If it's not aim, which actually it's just this code, isn't it? Everything else loops or ends or whatever's. When we draw, we go to aim. I'm just going to call this aim then. Okay, let's see how badly we've broken everything. Because so far we've added some guards into what inputs we take. And change some logic, move things around. Hopefully we didn't break it too much. The walk, the draw should still work, but we should not be able to exit the draw state. I think. Or draw goes to aim, there's no way to exit aim because we're not checking anything. And nothing will animate once we're at full draw. Okay. Because aiming actually isn't that bad. We're going to draw an imaginary line from where your mouse is through the point on the head where the end of the arrow is, where we pivot, right? Because shooting an arrow, your hand is near your ear. And then we'll pick an angle. We'll calculate an angle based on that. And then we'll set the frame based on the nearest rounded angle, which is about 10 degrees. So every 10 degrees or so, you'll see it pop. Aim right. Oh, that's fair. Aim. What else we got here? Delta time is not used. And move left and move right we use it though. Okay, that should fix a bunch of things. Okay. Now we look at our archer. Make sure we didn't break our archer. Okay. Walking works fine. Right click, draw. And now right click doesn't do anything. And he doesn't aim. Perfect. That's all exactly the way we want. Off we go. Okay, chalk archer dude. Aim. So we want a screen position. Mouse. Pose X. There we go. X, Y. Okay. Then we want to measure. Well, we want to put that into local space with our archer, with Robin. Let's see here, handle mouse press. Here. Y. World transform. Screen X. Screen Y. Okay. We need to know where Robin's rectangle is. X5, but we need a height. The height. So from the bottom of the feet to the pivot of the arrow is 327 to 281. 327 to 281. 6, 1, 12, 40. It's 46 pixels up off the foot. Because we're measuring the center, the position of Robin, thusly. So we can actually. So this is mouse X, mouse Y. I could type float Robin X equals this dot X. Robin Y is literally just renderer scale 46. Okay, now we're drawing a ray from mouse X to mouse, from mouse to Robin. Height of hand by ear. Okay. So So all we really need now is a slope. We're going to do this way. If Robin X is less than Robin X, aiming to the right, otherwise we'll aim to the left. But we're not going to deal with the left case yet. We want this line as well. Okay, if animation key is not Robin aim, I don't know what it's called, images. Robin Hood aim, Robin aim right. If it's not equal to Robin aim right, then we do that. Set sequence Robin aim right. We can stub this part in, it doesn't matter. If we're not thinking left, we point left. Here, float angle equals if we go from point A to point B, we subtract B from A. So we have math. Not that math. We want C math. A tan 2, which should give me the angle in radians. We might as well just get all of math. We have math. We have C math. Okay. A tan 2 of Robin Y minus mouse Y Robin X minus mouse X. Math. There's a rad to deg. Rad 2 degrees. If angle is greater than some number, which I need to think about again. So that there is 0, minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40. There's probably things I've got to work with on my screen space, etc., etc. But we're just going to fudge this a little bit for now. 40. And if our angle is greater than 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Yeah. It's greater than 70. Again, these might all be negatives, or maybe I have to reverse my rotation. Oh. A tan 2 returns 0 to pi over 2. So first of all, if angle is greater than 360, or greater than something, maybe we just print it. I don't think about what object we're in just yet. Let's just print it and then float power equals math. We want to know the magnitude of the same stuff. Yeah. Order doesn't really matter. We'll put X, Y. I guess we're just gonna plug it, right? It's gonna destroy our performance, but it's fine. Angle minus 0.3 F. Power minus 0.3 F. We're just gonna take a look. So while we're in aim mode, we want to see what those angles are. Oops. There is no left. We haven't defined it yet. Let's see what the angles look like. Then we correct for all the screen space issues, etc., whatever. This is going to print a lot of stuff. So first thing I want to do is turn on VSync so that it's not printing thousands, but only hundreds. Okay. Only when we're in idle mode or in aiming mode, and if we're behind our dude, then it prints. So our angle, that's 70, 80. That angle, so I'd like, this is probably 45, 78, 80. I don't believe in that. Okay. Some of these numbers don't make sense. Let's just look at angle. A tan 2. I thought that returned. Let's see, math. I thought that returned radians. Return value in the interval minus pi to pi radians. Oh, okay. We're going to clamp the angles, we're going to clamp the power levels. Radians to degrees of A10, that stuff. Radians time divided by pi times 180. Yeah, that's basically it. So radians are 0 to 2 pi. degrees are 0 to 1,360. So we divide radians by pi, and then divide 360 in half. That's basically the same thing. Take another look at those values. I'm not sure how I feel about those values. Actually, I'm pretty sure you know how I feel about those values. I don't like that that's what they're doing. Okay. Move our dude. Draw. As long as our arrow's in front, it doesn't matter. But as soon as we go behind the dude, 85. $18.77. $86. Where is 90? Understand the angle getting shallower and shallower. Oh, there's negative. How does that get negative? Two. I expect there to be like a 0 or a 90 right around here, and moving horizontally shouldn't affect it that much. So something is confused. With the world transform of our board, I guess we need more printing. The mouse is somewhere on the screen, which is then transformed somewhere onto the board. Robin is somewhere on the board in local space. So this is screen X, screen Y, mouse X in local space, mouse Y in local space, Robin X, Robin Y. Oh. Oh. I see. V equals the same world transform times M underscore Robin dot rectangle dot X minus 6. because that's all lowercase. B dot, or not lowercase, local. 46 is kind of hand by ear. That should help a lot. All right, we're getting closer, I think. We just get an angle. That makes more sense. Yeah. We're gonna get this figured out here. It's only 5 o'clock. We've got time still. Okay. So we right click, we come around negative. Huh. Oh, oh, oh. This angle. Okay. Our mouse position 287. Our Robin position is nowhere near correct. Our mouse. Let's just check the mouse position. Let's see. So this one, mouse at 15 and 24, that seems reasonable. 43, 1, yeah, it's 1440 tall. If we come to the corner of the blackboard here, that should be in local space. I gotta move things around a little bit. Right over here. Come on. Okay, let's stop checking this part. We're gonna have to clear out our shell periodically. It's getting full. We can just get a sane angle output for this. Then we can animate the aiming. Okay. Right click. So that's mouse just about at 0, and that's fine. That's about where 0 is. That's fine. So where Robin thinks Robin is wrong. Because where Robin says they are is negative 567, 282. $640 of 8. See, that mouse position looks right. So what's Robin doing? What the heck is Robin doing? So where's Robin getting that position? Was Robin's X position at all correct? That's a good question. There was a while where I was hovering Robin's position, sort of. Minus 640. $64 is wrong. It's the height of the board minus 46. 437. It's really Robin's X position that gives me the most concern. I can explain the Y, I think. So let's go get that. Instead of minus 46, we want rectangle dot height minus 46. Robin's X plus rectangle dot X I don't like that. Probably shouldn't have done that. But if the Y is more correct, that would make at least sense, because that's no, it doesn't. Robin's X is relative to the board. Rectangle.h minus 46. That actually may be right. Let's see. Move to r.h, yeah. Let's see if we can get Y correct for Robin. Little Robin Hood. Not sure what's going on with X. So, this point is where I think Robin's feet are. So 437 minus 640. Here's where the pivot should be, 596. 925 says Robin. So our Y for Robin is the screen position. Oh. We're moving Robin's coordinates into screen space, not screen space into Robin's. Okay. I think what we need to do is do this. Robin's world transform, then this is robin.rectangle.x, and then renderer scale 46. That'll be Robin's local space. I was transforming the two past each other, probably. This is called streamer brain. Things you normally would have thought through and prevented, you just kind of do on stream and then discover afterwards what you did wrong. So that'll be Robin's local space. I think that's going to be more correct. Although maybe it's Robin minus 46. We'll at least be able to put the mouse by Robin's feet and get something close to 0, 0. I think that's the answer. Okay, right click. All right, mouse. Minus 77. Robin is somewhere and 46, which is the ear. Where is 46? Minus 15 is the mouse. Minus 33. Minus 78. So that's, we said this is an 80 pixel tall frame. So our mouse position, we can subtract, we can add 80 to our Y. Plus 80. Then when we move up, minus our 46 is 34. So this is actually, this is the right track. Okay. Quit. Mouse Y plus our screen size 80 sprite frame height. That should fix all of our Y issues. It may also fix our X issues. I wasn't watching those, just trying to focus on one thing at a time. Okay. So this should be 0, 0 more or less. Mouse, 32 and 2-ish, okay. 17. Okay, so half the width is not coming with. So we need to add half our width, which is 32. X plus 32. But this then should be about 32 and 46. Okay. So our X, renderer scale 32, sprite frame width over 2. Now we should be able to get sane numbers that we understand. which means we can then get an angle. Okay. Except we want the center to actually be that head position. So should be here. Oh, we should have subtracted 32. This is 46, so minus 46. Minus that. Plus 80. Minus height of hand by ear. .46. Robin X and Y is just going to be 0. If we fully transformed our mouse position to relative to the ear, which simplifies the way you think about things a lot. Point on Robin Hood where the knock pivots around. So at the ear, it should be 0, 0. As we go above, I don't really care if it's plus or minus. I really don't. So we can always flip all of that when we do the tangent stuff. Okay. All right, little dude. Right about here, we're close to 0. We go up. It's more positive. We go down. It gets negative. This way is more negative. This way is more positive. There. Everything is relative to the ear, which means we don't need that. Let's get the angle. Did mismatch something. Get the angle, clamp the angle, divided by 10, that's our index, plus an offset, potentially. All right, so just about 0 when we go positive, 70, negative whatever, positive, about 0. Okay. All right, now. Clamp it. Which frame of that is the zero angle frame? 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 4th one. frame offset is angle divided by 10 let's see here, rounding functions, C, round F? I don't remember what it's called. Float round block computes the nearest integer value, adds a float, that's fine. The integer of rounding that. Modulus B. And that's our frame index relative to frame 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we right click, frame offset 0, 1. So that's us aiming up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4 is aiming down. I think that's right. Are we ready? Frame. This is the frame we should actually use. Robin dot set frame index to that. All right. Here's hoping. I think this is it, though. I think we can aim left. Aim right will come after that. And no more stuff putting up to the screen, so. Right click. That is a bow and arrow. Cool. Now, nothing is released. Let's get left. Oh, do we want to do left stuff yet? Left is basically the same thing, really. Or do we just make the release finally do something? I don't know. Aiming is working. Aiming right. And I really just think when we're aiming left, all we do is flip our X and Y. The amount of power we don't need to compute until we release. When we right click, these calculations will have to happen again. These calculations. Then power, oh, so let's put power back in and comment out. Needed for when we shoot. Okay. Do we want to start the aim left stuff? it's just the bow. It's actually not that bad. Let's go do the GIMP work to make the right animation, or the left animation. Because I think it's not too bad. We're going to duplicate, we're going to move it. Wrong. Oh. Aim right. And the notional bow. Oh, come on, stop doing that to me. There we go. And we duplicate, move all of that. Aim left. Delete, delete. We're going to move all of this stuff. Oh, just down a bit. There, that's the first few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, those are ones that are off. Okay, these two are going to get moved over here. Then this one. Okay, that's part of it. All right. Left. Delete. Dang it. Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. Now, all we have to do is flip That's not true. This is a start. Here we're gonna flip, 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 flip. Okay, okay. We're not gonna, oops, flip this guy. There we go. Okay, so that's done there. Pretty straightforward for now. We'll clean all that up in a bit. So, images.text. We need the Robin aim left from 64 plus 12 is 76, 75. There we go. Then I need to export the PNG. I thought we might be able to get away with less than with half of the 1024 texture, but it's not looking good for our friends. Okay, Archer. Aiming left. We choose that. We get our angle. And I think all we need to do is switch the order. Mouse Y minus Robin Y. Mouse X minus Robin X. Then clamp and choose a frame. That may not quite be right, but we're just going to take a wild stab and see what happens. Oops, no, no. Oh, this may actually work. No, it's probably best to do a full tidy and rebuild. Ugh. And we may have to negate the angle. You know, let's just do this. Tidy and debug. Yes, kill it. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're probably not going to get it to shoot today, but I think Friday we are well positioned to start shooting arrows and figuring out where they land, playing with the physics of them so they feel satisfying to shoot. We're going to fidget around with these doodads. It should be fun. Basically, when we change things in the image warehouse, there's so many things that have dependencies on it. We kind of need to clean those up and rebuild them. All right. Things are broken. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. What have I done? All right, time for bed. You have a wonderful evening. Sleep well, Dravest. We'll see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. Export to Robin PNG. Yeah, it's the United States Thanksgiving Day. Assets and images, Robin. Aim right, aim left. What? Do I need to do a full clean and build just to be sure? Refit everything. That's very confusing what happened there. I guess we do. We just rebuild everything. All right. Full clean. $5:40. About time to start wrapping this up, but I want to get the last bits of aiming done. Oh, we also need to. Oh. We sometimes need to accept a right click outside of the chalkboard. Is that true? I think so. We'll look at Archer. Mouse press. If the right click, and if we contain that point, this is the blackboard itself checking, does this, well, not the blackboard, but that blackboard area, does it contain the point? Then we do this stuff. Oh. So this actually gets a little bit more complicated if we are enabled and if it's a right click. If we are aiming then we shoot, regardless whether it's in screen or not. Otherwise, if this does contain our point, then we see whether we clicked ourselves. If Robin contains it and is idle. So let's change the logic on that. If Robin is idle and contains the screen point, then we do this. If Robin is idle, nope. Actually, this is fine. This isn't bad. Walk left, walk right. Okay. If we've drawn the bow, then a right click needs to shoot whether we're on the blackboard or not. If we're not aiming, then only right clicks within the chalkboard should be registered. Basically, if we handle it, because we're shooting, or because of that, or this, then we do. Okay. Basically, so that anything else in the processing queue says, I'm listening for this signal, will also process the same right click signal. Yeah, that's my note to wrap it up here. So we're going to finish this build. That should be the last thing we update for images. There's the archer. Result equals true is a failure because I didn't put semicolons. Always embarrassing. Okay. Maybe a little bit of fiddling with the angles to get them in the right space, but it should be good now, right? Good, our textures are showing up as expected now. We just finally need to do a pull up clean. Okay, walk, walk, walk. Right click, draw. Down, 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 up, up, up. Flip this way, okay. So that angle is just upside down. So we take angle flip our Y's. We can log it. Might as well, right? But our guy is pointed the right direction, and the only thing that's different is that our angle is upside down. So let's go do that. This is much faster now that we don't have to keep rebuilding the image data into our executable. Okay, dude. Pull lever. Okay, so there's our right angle. Oh! Well, actually, we can still work with this. So we go all the way to... Oh, that's not good. Negative 40. It's not being clamped. But it's right. Those are the right numbers. It's just... what? flips the Y. We get an angle. What? I'm a little confused here. Okay, right click. So this is our 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Why is that not clamping? How can that not be clamping? 20, 30. How is that not clamping? There's code for that right here. Oh, it's not clamping because of that. That should still happen before the frame index. Which 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the 0 angle. Whoa. So negative 40. How is this negative 40 different from that negative 40? Negative 40 over 10 is 4. 4 plus negative 4 should be frame 0, which is the furthest down one, unless we start at the wrong place. So 15 per row. 15, 30, 45, 60. 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 66? Is that our problem? $65 to 76. Darn. Okay. So embed our data real quick. Do a tidy up build, but probably not a full clean. Oh. So it took us, what, maybe an hour of code after all the animation? The animation is definitely the hardest part for me, slowest part. Like I said, this doodad is the most complicated one. We'll do 2 simple ones and call it good. More artistically simple anyways. So the aiming animation doesn't look great. There should be more like leaning of the torso as you moves, as you aims higher and higher or down, more shoulder and bending of the body, so that the arm doesn't stretch so weirdly. But for our purposes, I think it's good enough. We're not exactly going for anatomically correct stick figures here. Okay, one last test. Because now I think we've worked out every bug and off by one indexing issue. And sign of angle issues. So we right click. We'll shoot up, 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 up. Down, 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 down. Flip. Okay, that's it. Angles are good. Animations are good. Oh, finally. So, journal, aim animation. Did it. Cleaned up the loose pixels. We did that. And arrows, right click arrows to retrieve, etc., etc. All right. Cleaned up some animation pixels. Should check against a contrasting background more often. Archer doodad. The sprite now is taller to accommodate the bow arrow pointing up. Aiming animations are mostly in. Need to fill in arms and make the left aim have the head obscure the Robin Hood, obscure the bow and arrow. That's minor cleanup stuff. We can do that on Friday, and then we'll shoot. Maybe there's a small animation to lower the bow after shooting. Basically, wherever you're pointing, the bow's gonna pop to the 0 angle, and then like 4 frames to draw. Because the draw is so if you're aiming up and you let go, it's just gonna pop to 0 and then drop to the idle animation. I don't know if we want to indicate firepower on second press release. Perfect. Have some number of arrows. That's fine. We'll get around to that. Right click the arrows to retrieve. Marks on the screen for different scoring distances. Could be fun. I don't know if we want to do scoring. At this point, we'll see how far we get. More idle animations could be fun. Idle animations aren't that bad. Your feet don't move, the body doesn't move. It's just like a little arm wave or something. I would like to see if I can make Robin shoot himself and detect it, and maybe he just died. That would be kind of fun. Add an arrow. Oh, we did that. Okay. Release animation sequence after shooting or lowering. Anyways, it's all working. We're good to go. Get status. Add everything. Yes, good progress today. Not bad. M. Archer now points the bow based on mouse position. Good to go. All right, well, thanks for joining up, and we'll see you not tomorrow, but on Friday. Oh, we're not going to do game development on Friday. It's Compiler's Day. All right, well, nothing tomorrow. So you have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.